I'm checking out who's complaining about me on Twitter. Most recent one was a few hours ago, and it's some lady who says something like, Elon Musk, she adds Elon Musk, isn't there something you can do? This person has over 200 accounts. Could have even more than that. Please do something as soon as possible. Hell yeah. 1 second. I want to talk to her. I will be very respectful. Oh yeah, girl. Just 1 moment. I'll be very respectful. I'm coming for you right now. Here we are. We're gonna get up close and personal. Up close and personal with the rabbi. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? What is your name?
Hello.
Hi, what's your name?
Julia.
Julia, that's a beautiful name. Julia, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I've been doing so now for more than 2 years. I have more data on YouTube than any single creator on the internet. I stream my life from not one, not two, not three, but at least 4 different angles on YouTube alone. You are live on YouTube on 4 different channels and Twitter on 3 different channels. And I also have more TikTok accounts than any person in global history. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts, and I have over 890 Twitter accounts. I'm going to show you right now this robot that I built. I don't know if you can see here, but there's like a little pink finger that is following people. I don't know if you can see, Julia.
I can.
Excellent. So it just goes on Twitter, and boy, does it piss people off. Why? I don't say anything to them. I don't send them private messages or anything, but literally I have 890 accounts that will follow you, and people go crazy complaining about it. And then they come to my live stream and they say hi, and sometimes we make friends. So it's my little funnel to my YouTube stream. And I want you to know, Julia, that when my YouTube stream goes viral, it's just a matter of time. And I say that and I mean that because we're gaining popularity and we are gaining momentum that I'm going to make you and your friends and your family and make all their dreams come true. Data is Earth's #1 resource. It's more valuable than water, than food, than gold, than petroleum. And I have more data than any person on Earth. I'm going to be a very famous, very powerful, very wealthy individual, and I'm going to help you and your family. So I wanted you to know, Julia, it was a pleasure to speak with you, and I'm glad you're taking care of Anatoly for us.
Yeah, it was nice to speak to you too.
Awesome.
Very cool. Pleasure to meet you. Anatoly, take good care of her.
You hear that fucking echo when I laugh in the woods up the fucking hill? Yeah. It's kind of lagging. Sure. You're not gonna spin. Yeah, it's when you drink and smoke weed at the same time.
Dog, dog, you are so right. Dog, I love you. Dog, Manlet, you are so funny. I fucking love you. You're absolutely correct. Dog, this shit stains everything. It stains everything. Dog. Dog. Oh my god. Manly Queen, I love you. I have my first impersonator. You're amazing. It's a very good impression. It's perfect. It's spot fucking on. It is spot fucking on. I love it. Oh wow, I have my first impersonator, Manly Queen. That is so good. Man, you have a good memory. You're absolutely right, Manly Queen. Can you repeat that? Has anyone heard of what? RAT 140. No. Yeah. Oh wow, you're a really cute kid. Yeah, baby. Yes, I can, sir. Yes, it to me seems a little clear. You're a good-looking kid. You look like a. Are you like a cowboy in this picture? Hell yeah, cowboys kick ass and take names. Thank you. I'm right here, baby. Absolutely. I do my best to stay on this screen as much as possible, but you gotta understand, I'm on 1, 2, 3. I'm on like 10 different screens at once, so I know I'm getting covered somehow, some way. Dude, Manlet, I mean this. You're gonna be famous for that impression that you do. It's very, very good, and you have a very good memory, and you're very funny. These are all great compliments, and I don't give them out all that often. So you should know that's very cool. Certainly, baby. Manlet Queen. You want to hear me sing karaoke? Okay. Hey, Passport, are you here? That's okay. So how do we do this? Let me see. Let's see how to do this.
This episode is brought to you by Max. For your consideration, the HBO original series The Last of Us, starring Pedro Pascal as Joel, hired to smuggle teenage girl Ellie out of a oppressive quarantine zone. A small job soon becomes a brutal journey of survival. Don't miss what Empire calls a masterpiece, eligible for outstanding drama series and all other categories. The Last of Us, streaming now on Max. Subscription required. Visit max.com. Hold up. Smell test. Go ahead. Sniff those pits. Now, your bits. Feet, toes. Come on. Oh, could be fresher, right? It's all good. Old Spice Total Body Deodorant Spray is gentle enough to use all over your body. Give me 24/7 lasting freshness with...
Hey, Proto Gremlin. Hey, how you doing, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? Proto Gremlin, do you have any requests for karaoke? What song? Can you repeat that? I don't know that song. Can you name like any song that's ever been listened to by more than people outside your family? I made a joke. Basically, I don't know what song you're saying, and I don't know if anybody else knows that song. So I'm saying basically the only people who know that song are you and your family. So can you name a song that other people would know? Like, can you name a popular song Maybe I'm not hearing what you're saying. It's who? What is its program? Yes, sir. You want me to? Please enlighten me. I'm willing to help you create the LinkedIn accounts. There's some things that I need from you. That would be, you'd have to verify the telephone numbers for me. Okay, let's do it right now. Yes, you can. Okay, you ready to do? Okay. Will you just tell me when you want the help, and I'll help you. Okay. Oh yeah. Now you say that, and then the next person will say that's all I do. Because sometimes I take a little nap here and there. What is Sproto Gremlin? No, I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean the artwork? You mean, do I have a Sproto? I don't have a Sproto. No, I'm sorry. I didn't know what a Sproto Gremlin was. You mean, do I have a Sproto NFT? No, I don't. Hey, I'm open to anything, but I'm not asking for it. Passport, can you hear me? It is 7:39 p.m. Passport, can you hear me? Passport, if you can hear me, let me know. I really enjoyed, dude. Passport played this trucking game for like 6 hours today, and it was just really relaxing and soothing to watch him do it. Him or her or whatever. I don't know what Passport is, but yeah, it was really cool. Are you married, Sproto Gremlin? How old are you? Oh, okay, so you're 30. So that's a perfect time to start learning pickup. Do you know what pickup is? Okay. So pick up women. Yeah. No, not what I'm talking about. I mean, so that you're the. Okay, yeah, you don't want to do that. Basically, you want to be an alpha male. You know what I mean? Okay. All right, to each their own, my man. Oh, good man. Hey, you guys want to watch it right now? Okay, I'm gonna put it on right now in here. Okay, just a moment. I'm sorry, just one moment. That's okay, he'll be back. I was someone who would host trivia contests with different spaces groups, and I was in one of cryptocurrency after dark space with some people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu, and they thought I was really smart, and they were like, "Hey, we want you a part of our community. We're gonna send you a Telegram link." So they did, and then I got to know their group by hosting trivia contests with them, and I realized that they were very smart, and so then from there I got into here, and I was kind of in the group for about a month, and I finally got permission to stream, and then I've been streaming ever since. It's a good story. All right, so we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this interview. So just one moment. No, you need to watch it. It's important. Hey, you know what I really need from you? Okay, so this is really easy. You know how you're gonna buy a bunch of those telephone numbers? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're gonna buy text verify. So you're gonna buy like, I'm gonna make like 5 LinkedIn numbers accounts for you, but I need 5 numbers. Okay. What I really need is a 6th number. Why? So you get 5 numbers, and in exchange, you give me a 6th number. Why? Because then I can create a secondary Telegram account, and then people can watch me while we watch what I'm doing on my computer. So it'll benefit you as well. So for like $1, you'll be able to see what I'm doing. But and I'll help you. So here we go. Just think about it.
I didn't even understand. You need to do a second Telegram account.
Yeah, so basically, right now, I have one Telegram account, and so I have 2 different devices. So I have to keep going back and forth between devices. So right now we're
I
gonna.
can help you with the Telegram account. Just do a Telegram right now, and I will do the text verified for you.
Oh,
And I
perfect.
will give you the code.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's what I need. Okay. Beautiful.
That's nothing, bro. You helped me much more.
Oh man.
You can't understand how much you helped me with your info so far.
Oh, this is gonna be lit. This is gonna be so lit.
The puzzle piece that you gave me, gave me up to hundreds of thousands. Like literally.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
We will see soon in some months.
Hey, do you
I
know?
will return you much more if this happens.
Oh, phenomenal. Hey, do you know Jared from Subway? Okay, so there's this whale, this cryptocurrency whale. His name is Jared from Subway. He's very famous on Twitter.
Oh, you speak about him before, yes. I see in the group that the people say something about it. That it is not a real account, like a lot of people using this account or something.
Yeah, so maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I'm gonna tell you what. I heard him, and he's very knowledgeable on these robots that he creates. And additionally, he does hold our coin. He owed $16,000 worth of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, and he came back today. So it's not like he hasn't come back. It was just a random thing. He came back today. I wanted you to know that.
Okay. Yes, I saw him with he joined the board before.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the best way. We're gonna watch this just in a second. I want Viroli to come in. Just remember, as he logged out of here.
You found how to pay the rent for this month.
Well, I just had to beg.
Every month I'm struggling to pay the electricity bill and the internet bill. While some years ago I was a millionaire. It's fucked up.
Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2 times. How you living, baby? We're gonna watch
My
the.
portfolio was above 1 million for only one night. It's kind of funny if you think about
Wow, but for one night you were a millionaire.
it. It's for only one night.
But I bet you felt just amazing.
I didn't care a lot. I felt depressed. I felt like it happened very fast. Like, what? This is all. I was not having appetite to do anything in my life. I felt like the game over. So it's better now that I lost it all and I tried to make it the third time.
Alright, Scroto, I am ready to do the text verify.
Okay.
So what you do is you go to text verified, and then you're gonna create an account.
I don't have the text verified. I have 2 other applications that are doing the same thing.
That's absolutely fine. I just need one of the numbers because I'm gonna have this telephone number sent there.
Okay, what country I choose? United States.
Perfect.
Okay. Please don't use me as a proxy to do some crime or
No,
something.
I won't. I won't. And you even have the guarantee that everything I do is
I'm kidding,
streamed.
bro. I'm kidding. Don't worry.
Anatoly, can you hear me?
Rabbi, I hear you. number.
Okay, what's the number?
I sent it to you via DM.
Okay, just one moment.
Why the fucking face not so high in video? I have the window open and I'm just waiting for the face to go lower for the gas.
Okay, I sent it.
Okay, let me check. Nothing yet, let's give it 1 minute. If it doesn't work, then I will go try the second application.
Certainly. If you would just double check and make sure the original number you sent me was correct.
Yes, I sent it with copy paste.
Okay, perfect. Still nothing? If not, I will ask you to send the code again.
Yes, try it one more time, and then I go try the other application.
Yo, this interview's amazing. Particularly why it's so amazing is it tells you, starts with teaching you the history of Kiev Rus and how Russia was formed in 862. So it's been a long time, right? They had their 1,000-year anniversary in 1862. So the Russian state is extremely old, and it's interesting to see Putin educate from the beginning of Russian history through to where we are now. And I would recommend watching this interview. It's really, really good.
We're gonna watch it right now. Sprodo, I sent it again. Any luck?
Wait a minute. No.
Okay, can you give me the other number?
Yes, but give me 1 minute to take activations, amount of activations in this app.
Certainly, take your time.
I can't top up any activations. Maybe my card is empty.
Okay, you don't have any more?
The only thing we can do now is to try again the same application as before. Maybe different country, I don't know.
Let's try it. In the meantime, Spotogrammer, can you see my little robot working?
Wait, I can watch right now.
It's okay.
Okay, I order a new number. I sent you right now. You use the number I sent you to receive the code.
I tried.
I'm in the second one.
Oh, let me check. Sorry, I didn't know you sent it. Yeah, I sent it. Any luck, Sproto?
Yes, I sent you the code.
Oh, tight.
Try it, please. 2927
I got it. Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, you're amazing. The community's gonna be so happy.
My friend. And I thank you, my friend. You helped me much more.
Oh, the community's gonna like be so thrilled. I'm so thrilled myself. Okay, so let's watch this right now. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay, are we ready?
Primarily about the war in
Here we go.
Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most presently how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this?
Okay, here we go.
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress in northern Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most presently how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, even a physical threat, and that's your justification? And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the mid-century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique. We found it annoying and interrupted him several times, responding by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There's no time limit on the interview. We ended it after 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic land to parts of western Ukraine. Our opinion to view it in that light as a sincere expression of what he thinks. With that, here it is.
Can you guys hear it?
On February.
Can you guys hear it?
So, yeah.
February 22nd, 2022, we addressed to your country and nationwide press when the conflict started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the country.
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series to pick with it.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862. When the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign.
Sprotogramma, I just want to thank you again. You should see me. Thank you so much.
1000th anniversary.
It's so much better with blackouts.
I know. Thank you. Thank you so much.
1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at son. Because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to the throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the court, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the Old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious field. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in colonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, trying to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that the person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
Can you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history. The Polish oppression.
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later. the date so that there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier, the people who were in control of the authority of that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for you with memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. In these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia, and the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, who did collaborate with Hitler, Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany a so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, the city of Dansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused. Of course. Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
May I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certain parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in fact Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? Nuclear weapons, they know it's actually the land. Why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
Just don't know how it's wrong.
Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking it. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be down over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before. Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
Well, you obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't?
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that it had never belonged to, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1650s?
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders. They should not sure. But even Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states, one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Never. I have never told him, not a single time. We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there wanted to get back to their historical land. Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you. I digress. It's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in the language I didn't understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian. Not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village and there were men sitting next to the houses and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of it, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of wars in the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that we mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago. Right? And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to use that a fair characterization of yourself.
Я понимаю, что мы длинный диалог. I understand that my long speech is probably fall outside the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk, so bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, and I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine. First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history, finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies. All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable. The second point is a very important one. I want you as an American citizen and your viewers to hear about this as well. The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany. Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries. Yes, but NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point. And many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union, or that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia. We have a strong China. The West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of who. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it could be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are a market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation. With Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was updated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can't reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so. But in the evening when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay,
Were you sincere? Possible now? Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
if he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, Fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we receive such a negative response, you should ask your readers. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. In the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open secrets or say anything new. Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. Building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, it's impossible. Do you have proof? I said, yes. I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, well, I'm gonna kick their ass. We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with the president? He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, we have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that the thing to do, and we will keep on doing it. Just ridiculous. Well, okay, we realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow you?
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they call the opposition. This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. It's the moment when the U.S. missile defense system was created. The beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, are you serious? I said, absolutely.
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, are you serious? I said, of course. We need to think about it. And so I said, go ahead, please. Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former Director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great. But with some exceptions.
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who were elected in your time.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems. The answer was, we're not doing this against you and you do what you want. Assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, okay, very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion. The Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous, it's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. No, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk, but with who? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed. Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to persuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014.
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory, The U.S. supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The U.S. supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the U.S. something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the U.S. Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine, let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician, I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we have a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs border, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the Ukraine.
Of course, it's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine, and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate. The US told us, calm Yanukovych down and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
Yo, you asking me, and I told you to pause it?
Yeah, you got drained.
Who did?
It's kind of scary. Who got drained?
Who?
That guy who jumped in and was talking shit to our boy, Jared from Subway.
What?
Yeah, dude. Remember yesterday, Jared from Subway came on, and then that guy came in. He was like yelling at him, "You're a fraud. You're a fraud." Got drained today.
Wait, what happened?
Jared from Subway might be more powerful than we think. Are you hearing it or no? Mic turned down?
Well, yeah, I am. Do you see I have 2 accounts?
Yeah, it's weird.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. The guy from yesterday that jumped on.
Which one? Success?
The guy, what's his name? I'm trying to find him.
Success?
No, the one that was like talking shit, saying like you're fake.
You know your camera's not working?
I didn't mean to. Stupid rabbis.
Dude, everybody, we have Sproto. We have Sproto Gremlin to thank for these 2 views because he paid so that I could have one of them.
Oh,
He's a very good friend. So who was it though? Who got drained? And who do we think?
it's,
And who do we think did it?
I think Jared from Subway. Internet tokens. The registry internet tokens, SPX. Maxie jumped in, was like talking shit, saying Jared from Subway was fake.
Yeah, sorta.
Yeah, and then he got drained today.
Yeah, but how do we know that has anything to do with?
Targeted attack, and it was like,
How do we know that has anything to do with Jared from Subway? I'm standing up for Jared from
I just
Subway.
have this, I'm telling you, I'm looking at the transactions. It's very similar to what Jared did.
Dog. Don't you take. Dude, how dare you blasphemize my boy Jared from Subway? How dare you? Dog, how dare you? Jared from Subway would never do such a thing. Back to this interview.
With the backing of CIA, of course. We wanted the organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they can reach you. Although it is a serious organization, I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first named directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our
What up,
partners.
Tim? How are you?
A job is a job.
I'm kicking ass, I'm taking names. Alex M87. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? I asked you a question, Alex M87. Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? Alright, back to our interview.
Back to the interview. It's me, motherfucker.
Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the world. However, from a political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the door
You got jabs in the bill, man. Yo, our homie got drained. We're trying to fucking follow money.
TF Gems, slanging dick all over Miami.
Weird, cuff you.
Fuck you if you don't know who he is. Fuck you if you don't know who he is.
Just hanging it in my house, bro.
Hell yeah. Just fucking turning the inside of your fucking house into plaster. You're just treating your walls like alabaster, baby.
I'm not trying to respond to that now.
Hell yeah. Thank you. I take that as the highest compliment. If someone were to show you a cum shirt and they're like, yeah, it wasn't that bad, then that's really a disappointment. I want someone to be like, oh, there are no words for this. That is the kind of cum shirt that I want to promote. No pin. Hey, did you know I've got 2 fucking cameras out because of Sproto Gremlin? Yeah. How tight is he? Dude, it's hell yeah, man. It's a game changer. We can now watch the Super Bowl together. Look at this. So, okay, so we should say that. I should make everybody aware that. Super Bowl party in here. We're going to watch the Super Bowl. And that we're going to watch everything all day long on Sunday, so long as I haven't gotten roasted. I say that. No, I don't. You never know. I mean, I promote my stream 24/7. I'm a target. You never know. But yeah, God knows what's right now. So yeah, it's Chiefs versus 49ers. Be there, be square, baby. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna watch it all day long, especially now that we have 2 different streams. Oh my God, it's amazing. Yeah, I know it's amazing. Chiefs are gonna win. Julia? Hell yeah, man. She has a beautiful name, and she thanked me She thanked me for saying that she has a beautiful name, and I said that she was welcome. Man, I was here. She and I had a connection. More than you, and Julia will ever experience.
All right. Here we go. You never bring a woman around. Rabbi, you'll drag you into the fucking bonus.
Hell yeah, baby. Absolutely. I'm a romantic at heart, but I let no one in my way.
Back to TF Jam. So TF, man, what's up, brother?
Dog, we watched Passport. We watched Passport today. Drive a truck for like 7 hours. It was phenomenal. It was tremendous. Does anyone here know who Joey Diaz is? Hell yeah, good for you. He's hilarious. Very fucking comedian. Oh, absolutely. He's hilarious. He would have fucked you over, he would have kidnapped you, he would have done a coke rock off your asshole, he would have stolen your shoes. Word, man.
Holy crap. He's an entertainer. And these movies that are fascinating about that. I'm like, bro, how does somebody, does a human being like this actually exist? And then I'm fascinated that a human being like this actually exists and is still alive.
Right.
And you know, what are the favorite things? The favorite things of a human being of such power. So yeah, it's like watching kind of the train wreck that has hasn't come to an end. But he seems to more tame for, you know, older years. He has a daughter as well.
Well, he has two daughters.
She finds the treasure trove of his father's
Yeah, exactly. Archive. Right. She's already starting. Her friends are starting to find out about it, and he talks about it.
Oh, crap. I can't do that. I mean, that's one of the risks that you take when you want to move just imagine your kids find the stash of the Akashic records of everything that you said.
That's a perfect way to describe it. The Akashic records of your past.
They're just hearing go, holy crap, so-and-so's father said this, he said this. I don't know. It's hilarious and a fantastic social experiment.
Was it great that we're open?
I agree. It's hilarious. Okay, Anatoly, can you hear us? Anatoly, going once, going twice. TF Gems, did you know about this Tucker Carlson interview?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you're here and you're like, you guys can't watch this interview. We're in the middle of it.
We're just all having a good time.
We were, dude, Anatoly, you have the attention span of a gnat. You come in here and you're like, dude, this is the best interview I've ever seen ever. It's amazing. The first hour is like all about history, and then you come in and you're like, oh yeah, I can't watch it anymore. Like, what is it?
I was trying to say that we should discuss what we watched.
Let's watch it all. Let's watch it all and then discuss it like normal people. Not like, dude, man. Julia? I bet her mom is a MILF. I bet her she's all I want, and I'm waiting for so long. Julie, I can't you see? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Back to the interview, son. Dude, let's just continue watching. I swear to fucking God, we just have to watch that entire interview and then we talk about it all night. I'll talk about it until the morning. I will talk about this until you are tired. Deal? Alright, here we go.
For Ukraine.
Oh, we're getting a call, baby.
There was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup. And
This is Rabbi.
They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
How you doing, baby?
They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against
This is
the
Rabbi.
background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO
Oh,
doors.
Jared from Subway? Hey, man. It's a pleasure.
How could we not express
Sure.
concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a multiple negligence. That's what it would have been.
I like how you can watch and pick up the phone and talk to you at the same time and watch the interview. Fuck you.
Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith and attack the part of
What up,
Russian
slut?
people in the face of this war machine.
What up, slut?
That was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the U.S. know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me. Because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions, he was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost $5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that, but we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then the president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders in Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine, NATO forces, this is going to be it? We're going to act.
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries'
This is Rabbi Rothschild.
developments immediately to implement the Minsk agreements.
What up? I just drained this guy's bag for everything. I drained the fuck out of it. I licked the bottom of it. It was drained so badly.
They included lots of elements of those Donbass
Alright, tell Julia I love her.
That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually their wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into a common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war, and we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul earlier this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed. And that is how it looks now.
But what is part of the English? What is denazification? What would that mean?
And that is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity on some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler. I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior. There were also attempts to destroy their identity. All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom. Like the German troops, even the SS troops made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too. This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukiewicz. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we approve them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany. These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians. It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
We'll finish answering the question. You just asked the question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. This story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops and personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this move. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. That's true. It exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish these control of Ukrainian nationalism.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology in what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is. That is
right. My question was a little more specific. Of course, not a defense of Nazis or otherwise. It was a practical question. We don't control the entire country. We don't control evidence like we want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or view of history in a country that you don't control?
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations of Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving these talks?
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about the settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to him?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that.
Oh yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2020.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassadors. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and initiates a nuclear launch. And so, why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we're saying on this matter and what we're conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what message did you give back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine. Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a thing. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you send Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying, oh, but you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow, Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from U.S. taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators, she was David Lynch, said yesterday that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end? And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Look, Nord Stream.
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO and CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it.
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, rental services, would, that NATO, US, CIA, and West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but they ended damaged their economy greatly, and they never recovered. Why are they being silent? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We're ready, please. There's another route through Poland called the Yamal Europe, which also allows for a large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland taps from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close the route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route to Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say?
My name is Rothschild.
President of Russia, Vladimir Putin.
As it may seem to you, during the negotiations of Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? Oh, that is
it. Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict?
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the President of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about the settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you were speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
Oh, so why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the Special Military Operation Force, and I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stopped here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February 2020.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. all of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassadors. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and initiates a nuclear launch. And so, why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple, I repeat. We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what message did you give back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a thing. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you send Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine, he has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying, unequivocally, you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York said yesterday that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end? And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Look, Nord Stream.
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, I did not love Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
Who was mentioned? You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Did you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it.
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, intel services would, that NATO, US, CIA, and West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes. But here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this. But they ended damage.
When are you gonna give me your fucking number? When are you gonna give me your fucking number?
Why are they being silent about it? That's very.
I'm in here.
Why wouldn't the Germans say something?
What is it? Oh, we're listening to it.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the country West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it was not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We already got things. There's another one in Poland called the Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it. Poland connects from the German end. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor of these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they closed their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes to Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second group and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons. Open up the valve, please. Let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. So you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly important.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. The human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same thing. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work with the doctors. This can send out a print.
Well, let's just give one example. The US dollar. That's is that going away? Accepting currency, how unsanctioned the dollar's price?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they're quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do, and a great mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Saying this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes great concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had such intention. It it was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles, and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You're cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the U.S. You're killing it with your own hands.
I think it's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. Is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty. You worry about that.
We have heard boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again. Through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, are they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances. One of the reasons you have that is because the administration has been set up. Do you think if there was an administration after the Biden, we would reestablish the U.S. government? Or does it not matter about that?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set the goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. we have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already 230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022, it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires possibly to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision from Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American, Russian, or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the U.S. still has today, then perhaps something may change. China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power area. In terms of volume, it overtook the U.S. a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the 5th place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. and we have become Europe's first economy during this sign. The tools that the US uses don't work. Well, one has to think what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
You're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the people, but by the classes. You've run this country for so long, all its American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States? And who actually makes the decisions?
I don't know. America is a complex country. You have serendipity on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself. Someone can be excluded from the elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from them? Nowhere. We just have to assume Indonesia will enter. It is already in the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what's changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is Europe experts who write. I just read them. The only question is how this will happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask you, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise of all days. It's denying that it's a threat to the country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you to military action.
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 with the tongue through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they will not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory. And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training, retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities. Ukraine, having received both these southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal? All this put together.
What's up, slut? Hey. Dude, how's Colonel from KFC? I'm Ronald from McDonald's.
I believe he has, in any case,
You love it.
his father fought against the fascists, Nazis.
What up, Success? What up? What up? What up, Jay from Subway?
Why are you supporting the Nazis? While your father fought against fascism.
Success is the man. Success is the man. Dude, hey, Success, do you mind if I send you a DM?
But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of the Ukrainian people.
West Side.
He would lead Ukraine's peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized
Did they drain the wallet?
Firstly, it is better not to clash with the Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything.
Would that be?
And secondly, the U.S.-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize Russia.
Dave Thomas from Wendy's.
So he kept the dominant position despite promising his people to
No, I'm just sleeping.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude?
No, I have to listen to this interview so I know what to discuss with him later. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. No, I am. I really am. No, and then this has been a very interesting interview. I can't wait to discuss it with you. All right, baby. Bye-bye.
And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself a president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation with leader, Mr. Rabbi is his last name, I believe still has the faction of the party. The party on the Rabbi. He still has the presidential faction in the Rabbi of the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document, I am telling you. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document. Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would do everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. Look, the statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it to? Further on, the president of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me, because as Mr. Rabbi put it, we would have stopped those hostilities much more a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and refused us. Where is Mr. Johnson? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
В общем, I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as Orthodox. That's what does that mean for you, Christian people, by your own description? What effect does that have on
you? As I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. Then he baptized his squad, and then gradually over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I just mentioned, which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian state. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. You say people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America. An even clearer and more understandable example, people come because they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homes. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We're together. This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has his or her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a non-violent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill many people, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself, one's family, one's home. We won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our home, and our future. As for religion in general, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor. It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul. After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic. It makes it possible for today's golden age to achieve great success in production, even in science and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same.
So do you see the supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, the forces are human?
No, to be honest, I don't think so. My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with inherent laws, and those laws are what they are. It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage as there's probably no need to use examples, but we would start with the Genghis Khan, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of the world. Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and began to develop a military presence. This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans. However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart. That's the difference with what is happening now. All the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start?
Asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats due to the genetic researches. It is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military. There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He can do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, we need to find some common ground and search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person, actually. I believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules. Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen. Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction. It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunfire. But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you put into this. I'm just going to ask you one last question, and that's about some very famous movies that's probably not here. And that's usually a Wall Street Journal or this is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into details of your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release some trust.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I feel we have right now. No, we have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we will do that if our partners take reciprocal steps. When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed by special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, this doesn't happen for obviously centuries. One country catches a spy within its borders and trades it for a bit, so we'll tell guys in another country. I think what makes this it's not like this, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy. And maybe he was breaking the law in some way, but he's not a superstar. Everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect to his so maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask from somebody else in exchange for money. Maybe it degrades Russia.
You can give different interpretations on what it's a spy. But there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in a conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness, of his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact that this is qualified as espionage, the fact was proven as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it?
Are you suggesting that he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? It seemed like very different things.
I don't know, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the U.S. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals during the events in the Caucasus. Do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say it, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? There was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
That version is good with that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, it's a Belgian.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who's secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the U.S. authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person who referred to may return to his mother. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are on the way. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his home fast. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? How motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say,
Oh, gangster. I'm rocking.
I already said that we did not refuse it. We're willing to negotiate. Because the Western side and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the U.S.
He doesn't know shit about North Carolina basketball. This guy knows as much about North Carolina basketball as you know about Texas football.
We both understand what's happening. The financial support, $72 billion US was provided. Germany was second, and other European countries came.
That motherfucker knows as much about North Carolina basketball as you know about Texas football. He knows jack shit.
You should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop negotiating table. Rescind this assertion.
Who was the quarterback of the 2005 Texas Longhorns?
I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correct. It's been written that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the British.
Who is the quarterback?
Of course, they're satellite.
Who is the quarterback of the 2005 Texas Longhorns?
And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration,
Nope, it was Vince Young. You're wrong, son.
If the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate,
Who was
I
the
assume they
last
would follow the instruction
Texas
from
running back to win a Heisman Trophy?
If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse that no one is insane. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision. It was them.
Who?
So let them go back on it. That is it.
Earl Campbell?
However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for
Ricky Williams, you're looking it up. You're trying to.
So let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared the huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, "We were ready to sign it and the war would have been over longer, maybe 3 months ago." However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, we missed it, we made a mistake, let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said by means of weapons. Let me get back to further history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand. To 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the Declaration of States Sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and U.S. military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating puppet states. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless, though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly. They stop negotiations. Is it a mistake? Correct it. We are ready.
I'm so gangster.
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
I said, let them think how to do everything with you. There are options if there is a will. Up until now, there has been an uproar and screaming about implementing a strategic defeat of Russia on the continent. Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve. Impossible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to be. It seems to me that now those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think, what next? We're ready for this time.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won?
You know, this is subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately, Yeah, they're willing, but do not know how to live. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are now. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation. But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will do it. I'll give you a very unusual example. There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers get encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive." Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians do not surrender," and all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian. What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever. Now, they will be reunited. The unity is still there. Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together ourselves. No one will be able to separate us. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
Free speech is bigger than any one person or any one society is defined by what they will not do. What we're watching is the total inversion of virtue.
What up, pimps? Can you hear me? Thank you. Yo, dog. Can you guys see Bob Ross? Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate it, especially Anatoly, that you just said it's dope. Because it is. Art is amazing. Well, we all have Sproto Gremlin to thank for the secondary number. So shout out to Sproto Gremlin. It doesn't. Dogs, you got my strategy down. You've got my strategy down. Only hiring Korean chicks. Anatoly, what'd you do with success? You guys, did you send Jared from Subway a direct message? Do you consider yourselves best friends now? He's been your best friend for some time, actually. That's a beautiful story. That might break him. You never know. Well, he might be fronting, and that $5,000 is going to break the bank. Both. You never know. Have you met Jared from Subway's girlfriend? Dude, do you think Jared from Subway is dating Wendy from Wendy's? That's a funny joke, though. Wendy from Wendy's would be really good. Julia and I are soulmates. No, I didn't. I'll have to take a look. When did you send it? Dude, that's way too long ago. Send it again. Even better. Those are some beautiful cans, my friend. Those are some blue ribbon boobies. Beautiful. I want to vampire that bitch. Good for you, man. Are you a fan of Richard Scarry? That's that guy who does those children's books about which we were talking the other day. Well, I was wondering, do you masturbate inside the books and then fold them together and let them seal? Essentially, I asked you if you masturbated inside Richard's scary books and then closed them and allowed them to seal. Okay, well, let's consider it a seed planted. Have you ever tried the stranger? Yeah, so that's when you sit on your hand for a given amount of time until it falls asleep. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What do you call that? Very well. Are you ready to discuss that Putin interview? Okay, sounds good. So, do I get to mock you now that you're tired? Dude, I'm all about that. And a ton of cocaine and money. Do you like cocaine? Haven't we all? Dog, you were in Mexico last week. Do you know what that's known as? Do you know what it's known as? No, it's just known as doing key bumps. Key bumps. It's known as doing key bumps. No. So was this that girl from Portland? Yeah. Yes. Weird. That chick. Weird. Is it David's bridal? So who do you like more, Julia or Brooklyn? Julia. Well, send Julia my way. Dog, I'm gonna have so many girls for you, you're gonna lose track. Sounds like a plan, Stan. But why would I want to swap with someone who has an inferior list than I do? I don't have any broken ones. All my girls are classy babes. I mean, maybe one of them has had hard times, but they've all been on the up and up. And honestly, most of them are married now. Hell yeah, get that hot wife action going. Sounds like a plan, Stan. That's exactly right. That's 100% right. She has that Tinder message framed by her bed. I think it was something like, "Give me your digits if you want to get jackhammered." It's the most straight and to the point way of saying that. Yes, that's right. If I wanted, or play golf, or go do something else. Oh, absolutely. I see you, and it's like looking at a boy. Right. Two at once, twice in one night. Try that. Bitch, I don't need your fucking permission to be on my phone. And if you try to make a statement like that again, it will be the last that you make of this, our final date. Hell yeah, they love it. They'll be blowing you under the table within minutes. Right. I've played both sides of the field, man. I've been that nice guy, and I've been the bad boy. Let's just say the bad boy has more fun. Do you know that a woman can have 12 different kinds of orgasms? No, you don't know. Then tell me what they are, asshole. Have you ever given a woman an orgasm? Let me, okay, what kind was it? That would be number one. Okay, tell me medically, how were you giving her an orgasm? Okay, so what part of her body caused the orgasm? Okay, so are you sure that a woman can orgasm through her clitoris? Oh, no, they're not. They all can. No, every woman, like, I'm going to say 99.999% of all women can orgasm through the clitoris. It's the most sensitive organ on their body. Wait. Just because a woman thinks that that's the only way that she comes doesn't mean that is really the only way that she comes. Agreed. Okay, so here they are. Anterior thorax, breast, clitoris. You've got the G spot. Do you know what the G spot stands? Yeah, that's a growth veins spot. Then you've got the mental M. Women can have mental orgasms. You've got oral. You've got vaginal. You've got people don't know this, but actually urethral. You've got anal, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing. Did I say vaginal? And you've got vaginal, and you've got vaginal. So that's a lot better list. Ask anyone. Ask your mother. Ask your girlfriends. Ask your sister. Ask your daughter. My list is better than yours. I didn't need to. I figured this out on my own. Isn't that Canadian? Is it still on? Is it still on television? Feel free to turn it on. Well, you just share your screen. Yeah, I'm saying, feel free to turn it on. I'd love to watch it. Yes, I do. No, does anyone else hear it? I do not. Do you hear it, Queen? Queen, do you hear it? Okay, well, I can shut that off. Okay, you shouldn't hear it now. Just one moment. Watch. Is it better? All right. So, Mr. Anatoly, you see how much of a pain in the ass it is to stream all this shit? You watch, when you're trying to stream it and the app doesn't share the sound or it crashes, it's a pain in the ass. What up, pimp? Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
It was through my sister who was dating a boy that ended up being a great man, but that boy's father was a pastor and teacher, and I began attending a Bible class there. And it just so happened that 20 days after lessons around 12 or 13, I began to have recurring nightmares of demonic activities, and I was not raised that way, was not guided that way, this was coming from. But when I started to attend this Bible class, the subject matter was demonology. And I began to understand that, you know, and the more you understand something, the less you fear it. And so the dreams stopped, the nightmares stopped, and I began to study the scriptures as a result of that. I was about 15 maybe. Tell us the context of the Bible and the TRUMAN. What is the Bible? Well, the Bible version is that the angelic realm has been around for many thousands of years, as far as mankind, as far as I'm concerned. And these were kingdoms, they're similar, still. But before there was a man, there were angels and different angelic beings, and at some point there was an insurrection by one particular king named Lucifer, who decided to rebel because he wanted more of his position. He appears to have been a king of some sort, of the earth. And in this rebellion, at the start of the angels joined them, they were defeated, there was some sort of an intergalactic war that took place, and resulting throughout the destruction of this planet we find in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, is without form and void, and there's darkness, and there's destruction. So we believe that that was the wrath of God poured out upon that angelic realm that rebelled, and God in his mindset to do better with guilt than it can do with you created beings, so he made Adam and gave him dominion of the earth, and the angels have been angry ever since, and the pharaohs, and they've been trying to take it back. So the war continues on, and we're just the latest group of individuals that God is trying to demonstrate, as far as I'm concerned, his great love and mercy in giving mankind this opportunity for redemption. But you did not get the angels that rebelled. They have a judgment to come, and so do men, but we are choice. And we can choose to believe in the salvation that God provided and live in eternally, or we can choose to join the repercussions of angels if we wish. So what is the coming great deception? Well, we believe that in all of these angels, and I personally think that they are masquerading as angels. And that seems to be shifting a little bit, because for the longest time it's been, you know, they're extraterrestrials, they're walking on the planets, and there's so many people that believe that and think so. But even with the latest limitations of disclosure coming from the Pentagon, the transgression of heroes, the narrative is starting to shift from extraterrestrial to interdimensional. And I think that's where the deception is going. They're trying to convince us these are beings that are maybe interdimensional beings. But in fact, I believe they are the fallen angels and their minions. They're known as principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places in the Bible in Ephesians chapter 6. Now, what did you talk about? You think that they're interdimensional? I'm beginning to wonder about that. You know, I have no reason to argue that there could be interdimensional aspects to these things, but I'm not so sure. You know, you look at things like the Marvel multiverse and stuff like that, which may not be true, or it's just fiction. But is it possible that in reality they're in our own realm? We just can't see them. They're in the same realm of physics that we occupy. But in the same way that the ocean is teeming with life below the surface, we just see water. Perhaps it's something like that. And I look at that based upon a passage of scripture in 2 Kings where a prophet named Elisha, or Elisha, however you like to say it, was trying to be killed by the army of the Syrian king, and they surround Elisha and his servant, and the servant says, "Oh no, we're dead now, we're dead, God, they're going to kill us." And Elisha she said, I don't really, there's more of us than there are of them. And the guy said, who's on this? It's two of us. Well, this is second to chapter 6, but this was David, and he said, Lord, open his eyes that he may see. And when the Lord opened the servant's eyes, he looked, and the mountain was still with the glory of God, and it was hope. So it's possible that they were always there, but Jesus said, I don't see them anymore. There was a time when we took them began to see such as Eve and the garden of forgiveness. So your life holds you there. What's your motivation for it? It seems to me that there comes some kind of war, whether it's going to be an attack from the side as aliens, maybe entities posing as one faction or another, and another faction of angels comes to be our rescuers, or whether there's perhaps maybe giving us technology through some sort of a contractual arrangement, which we can discuss later. But they would allow us to let work behind the scenes, so to speak. We may be powering some of these jets and looking at things, and that's humans doing it. But ultimately, we're going to have so much power that war could be leading to ultimate destruction like a nuclear war. And it may simply be a nuclear war, but they intervene to stop us from destroying ourselves. And we'll look at them as heroes and saviors and as guardian Nordic type the rescuers of some type, when in fact they may be hiding in their transportation. What do they want from you? What's your motive? The motive seems to be that they can isolate that this is a context in a sense, you know. After this rebellion, God spoke to Satan in his anger because Lucifer became his rival. And maybe I was not having that he is the enemy, the adversary, Satan. And so he may have challenged the fairness in his mind. You can't punish us, we're this or that. And so this is almost like a test as the story of Job is told. God said, the human is righteous and the devil said, do this to me, I'll put you to your face. So I suspect all of this is like a legal challenge. And ultimately, it's for the destruction, it's to prove that God is just in all that he's doing, and that the fallen angels are evil. It's conceivable. It's this great deception by the way. We could be into a big combat, right? Yeah, especially if the narrative continues the way it's going, because if these supposed rescuers or heroes come down and they say, we are in fact your ancestors, we seeded you, there's this panspermia idea that, I conceived with the DNA of these immortals beings or own species from the future or something like that, whatever the theory is, that they'll come back and say, hey, you're now ready for the next step of evolution. We have this pill you can swallow, or injection you can take, or the technology you can incorporate into your human genome and manipulate the genealogy of man or the genetic makeup of man, and we become hybrids as may well have in Genesis 6. The angels definitely have been genetically manipulating humanity for quite a while. This generation of hybrid aliens who have identified who could be trillionaires as of 2026, it certainly could be true. I'm of the opinion that they may not. I don't rule it out. I say it's not possible. There could, in fact, be other beings in other worlds. But there's so much information on the earth, and we could say, well, we don't know about any of the battles going on in other star systems and other galaxies, but it's possibly true. Why do they exist one rock if there's billions and millions of Earth-like planets? What's the fascination with this dream? And I think it has a lot to do with this conspiracy on the end that people in the ground believe their purpose. And this is where the terrain is, and this is where Lucifer wants to reign because he wants to be able to. Some believe that God has completely with the aliens and the two things. Let's talk about I think that's true. In fact, that would explain to me the occupation of a disclosure that's trying to be held to congressional hearings to get somebody in the government or the Pentagon or somewhere to admit that we have to. You know, you've heard of the testimonies and then like David Flash and others who say that in order to claim they use it non-human body is what they claim they have. It's not coming out and saying they're alien. And I believe they're aware of the fact that these are demonic beings and fallen angels because there is a story that many people say is corroborated about Eisenhower in 1952 and some sort of a contract was made between this government and the slaves or whoever technically was pretending to be. And I suspect there might be similar contracts with other nations, but in my nation, allegedly, based on an exchange for advanced technology, you allow us to adjust people for genetic experimentation, which to me is what the alien abduction program is all about. To manipulate human DNA for the purposes of whatever their goals are. They seem to bring the the single abduction experience with the person was abducted and not still, although they could do some. But most accounts are viewed as live personals that they take in their spaceship somewhere, they experiment them in some form of an operating room, and then they bring them back. But we've interviewed abductees, we've talked to people and authors and specialists on our show, other issues, and I'm of the conclusion that they're trying to breed a hybrid human quote-unquote alien, although it's more like mescaline than genetic shift, they're actually angelic beings or something, fallen angels that are doing this. And the aim is to either reduce the population of the earth to 500 million like George Geisler encourages, or to create this army to fight against the Lord when he comes back. Over 2 United States started passing about the conference about the next few conference. Yeah, we started the contract in 2020, and it was predictive information out, and we felt like everything was working well at the time. They were working with them. There were a bunch of things in the Bible, like the giants of Genesis 6, and many visions or appearances of angels, which we believe are what some think are UFOs, but that's really what they are. They're these angelic beings that have advanced technology. And there's many, many other things to that. So we started the podcast with the idea that we wanted to reach people that maybe have never picked up an angel in their life, but they would hear a topic like this and sort of be able to shock their interest. That's in the Bible. And the hope that they would have an interest in digging into the deeper to see what other things there might be, and maybe realize that some of the answers maybe they are looking for. Because there's many people that have this question. There's seem to be things going on in the world today, and they're wondering what's happening. They people sense something's not right, but there's a lot of cognitive dissonance out there, and we don't want people to fall for the deception that's going to come as, oh, these are aliens that space robots, they're here to help us. It's like, what are the 6 various words? We're from the government and we're here to help. Or something like that. They're just too easy. Yeah. Possibility. Because it's so if you think about a human being as being composed of 3 parts, much like God himself is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we are body, soul, and spirit. So in that sense, we are created in the image of God. My view of that is the physical body is the house of the soul, and the soul houses the spirit. So when a person dies, let's say, it is their spirit soul that continue on. I don't know that these fallen entities can do anything with that. God is in control of it. So it's not like they might be able to feel and do experiments to it and even inform women that have been abducted
as a group of choppers were flying over enemy territory on a mission, the soldiers that were wearing the night-vision goggles began to shoot, and they were seeing demonic entities. So one general who began firing into the air unapprovingly, and he was coming close to hitting some of the other helicopters. So the name of this particular CO was actually totally real, suspecting that maybe he was firing bullets or something. But he didn't show the symptoms, and so one particular CO put the guy down in truck, and he shot him. Just what the guy was described as lineage like gargoyle-like creatures that were actually pulling in his rescue and moving towards him and attacking him alongside he was shooting. They threatened stop using the oxygen bag that had about a 60-day time, but it's just interesting to think that they were told only the soldiers could wear them. It kind of indicates to me that two things. Number one, the government was aware of oxygen and what they would do, and number two, maybe they might have some other dimension. They're just on a spectrum that we can see on a record of story of the life of Amy 17, chapter 6. You know, that they're all around us in the same way that people open the eyes of the servant may see. They're around us, but we don't necessarily see them as eagles and chicken birds with the serpent in the garden. I think sin, the sin condition in it and humanity, it's a protective mechanism yet for any condition. And as we were waiting for redemption from the Lord, it's actually seeing these entities and the interaction with them, we might go crazy. We're just not in a position to be able to process that right now. In many instances, and throughout the scriptures, when angels appeared, even God's angels, to prophets or holy men of God, these men were actually able to stand. They fainted. They were sometimes paralysis that takes over them. That's also true in the clinical application to our teachers are required to unable to move, whether they're unconscious or whatever, when they're being transported and they're not have the trainers that should do underground military bases. So what are these craft, these objects that people are still seeing? What are they and how are they tied into it? So I believe the UFOs and the craft that people are flying are in fact all legal technology. And for that matter, they could be put into too. You know, we have this conception of angels from, you know, Renaissance art and things like that, of these, you know, beautiful bronze, human like people with wings and whatever. Exactly. And maybe they're not, I don't know if that's a lie. Maybe there's something completely different and they're actually, you know, I guess you would say humanoid or human-like in many respects, but and they're going to get into, if you want, the beings in the Bible called seraphim, which are very serpent-like creatures and could be the source of their feelings. But my take on this is anti-paranormal. They use technology to open portals from their spiritual realm into ours, or to bring oxygen and whatever the case may be. They're just operating under the exact same laws of physical rest. There's physical, there's corporeal, but there's just spiritual being, or spiritual realm. I don't know if it's another dimension so much, it's just a realm, like I said, like the underwater realm, but we can't breathe or operate that way. That's a good point. Let's talk about sex. What are they? Well, the seraphim is the Hebrew word for love, and it's translated as a fiery flying serpent. And in fact, there's a passage in Isaiah that refers to the root of the I see them being a fiery flying serpent, and I believe that's a reference to the king Lucifer. Since the angel, Lucifer was a fallen angel, and he was cherub, it's possible that cherub and seraphim, or seraph, are similar in nature. Maybe they have a reptilian look to them. I mean, Lucifer was called the serpent in the garden. He's called the dragon in Revelation 12. He's called Leviathan.